Welcome everyone. It's Feedback Friday. You know what time it is. We're gonna check out some music of you guys. So, you know the deal. You can submit on Discord. We have a live stream feedback submission channel. You can submit your tracks there. But most of you already know the deal. Welcome. Let's just see everyone coming in. I think I downloaded all the tracks so far. There were a couple of ones that I wasn't able to download, but I think everyone saw my messages and that they had to turn the downloads on, so we should be good. Yo, Guido, good morning. Yes, I know, Maltese Falcon, I know. I've been doing this streaming thing for a while, I know what I'm doing. We're just getting set up here. Let's see, let's go there. Adjust that a little bit. There we go. That's better. I got some tea. Just stuffed myself with pizza again, so I'm good for a couple of hours. Yo, Decode, welcome. So I'll check back into the Discord every once in a while to see if there's more tracks coming in. For now, we already have a good amount. I was smart to post the announcement a little bit earlier today so that everyone had a bit more time to submit the tracks. Like last time we did it, last month, when I started the stream, I think I had like 3 tracks or something like that. And I was like, oh boy, I hope more people are gonna, submit, because 3 tracks, that's gonna be a short as a hell stream. But it ended up working fine last time as well. Like, I think by the end of the stream we did still do like something like 10 tracks or something, but we already have like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 tracks, so that's good. Yo, Prozac, I got your track as well. It's in here. I also I did them in the order that you guys sent them in. So even if the downloads weren't turned on, I still kept the order. So should be good. Tea is still hot. What tea? I am currently having Earl Grey, but that was the last one. I still have another box of tea. What is that? The other one is black tea with strawberry, which is also nice, but right now I'm having Earl Grey. Yo, Music Bee. Okay, let's see. Should be good to go. Let's do that. Let me check. Is this okay? That's all aligned. I changed my, like, for this entire, like, the last sort of, like, I would say almost a year or something, because I like the setup to be like this, right, on the stream, and this is my main screen, right? But I don't like having the Windows taskbar at the bottom, so what I did for like a long time is I basically had my second screen set up as my main screen, and then the screen in front of me was sort of like my second screen. And that way, the taskbar of Windows would show up on just the main screen, which is basically the second screen. But it also was really annoying when I played video games, because the games would always launch on my second screen and not on my main screen. And some games don't allow you to sort of like change the monitor that easily. You have to use the Windows hotkey to move it to a different screen. And that's all fine, but some games then get kind of fucked up with the with the resolution, because my second screen is a smaller resolution than my main screen, than this screen that is right in front of me. So I was just like messing about, and then I suddenly had a moment, and I went like, wait, I can just drag the taskbar, right? And I did that, and I was like, dude, why didn't I think of that any sooner? So I just moved the taskbar to my second screen, which is the smaller screen. And now I have my main screen without a taskbar, while it's still being in Windows as sort of like the main default screen, which is so much better, because now everything just launches on this screen as opposed to on the other screen. So much better. Like, I was playing some games, and I was like, I had this one game, which one was it? I think it was Session, which is like a skateboarding game as well. And I launched it, and I was like, dude, why is it launching on my other screen? And I was like, okay, well, let me just go into the settings of the game and just change the monitor. And I'm like, wait, there is no setting for the monitor. Okay, so I had to look up, like, what is the hotkey, and then I was like, oh yeah, Windows, Shift, and then the arrow keys to move it between screens. But then it would basically keep the resolution of the old monitor, of the smaller monitor, and I was like, god damn it. And then it would also not sort of like recognize the resolution of my main monitor, so I was like, what the hell? And I had to switch it to windowed mode, which would then bring the resolution back, or I would have to switch to window mode and then back to full screen, and then I could change the resolution, but as I went back to full screen, it would also move the game back to my other monitor, and I was like, god damn it. So, but I figured it out. Now we have it set up better. I don't use OBS, I use Streamlabs, which is basically, Streamlabs is basically OBS, but then from Streamlabs, you know? It actually used to be called Streamlabs OBS, because it was basically just OBS with like a skin on top of it, basically to make it look like, you know, the Streamlabs kind of thing. But they got into some trouble with OBS, and they changed it. So now it's just called Streamlabs. Like, OBS is fine, actually. It's basically the same thing. Like, it works the same way. The only advantage with Streamlabs is that it will automatically have like all the Streamlabs like widgets and things in the software. So it's a little bit easier. Anyways, should we get started? First track is Veiled by Carter. I would sometimes actually still use OBS though. Like, sometimes OBS is just nice, but I don't have it installed anymore. These days I just use Streamlabs. It's kind of, it works fine. Yeah, Bites, don't worry, man. We will do these every Friday, every first Friday of the month. So doesn't really matter if you know, weren't ready to finish something in time. You can just submit next time. That's perfectly fine. Cool. First track. Ooh, interesting chord. Good vibe already. Actually, a really good track to start with. Has a bit of an opening kind of vibe, you know? I've really been enjoying these submissions from you, Carter. Not sure if you're here already, but you do really have your own sound, which is really nice. Like, a lot of your tracks do have this, you know, cohesive sound, which is great. I can see where Greedo is coming from. Yeah, really nice. Like I said, I was gonna say Matthew, but that's your Discord name. It's a really, really nice track, and like your submissions, somebody said whose track is it? It's Carter. I always fuck that name up, but I really, really like the sort of like cohesive feeling of a lot of your submissions over the last couple of months. It's like you have this melodic style, but a lot of your tracks do kind of sound cohesive when you would, you know, I guess put them together, which is a good thing, you know? You kind of have their own sound, which is really nice. I don't really have a lot to say about this one, honestly. It's just a really good track. I really enjoyed it. The only thing I was gonna say, and judging from the waveform, you wouldn't really think that, but during the drop, I think the bass could be a little tiny bit louder. Not that much, but maybe just a couple of like 1-2 decibels, something like that. The drums are really sort of like full and basically pretty loud, but then the bass, some parts it feels a little quiet, but it's very subtle. Might not even be that big of a deal. Stream is going to be uploaded, right? Yeah, stream will be on my channel. Usually takes a little bit after the stream is done for it to process, but it'll definitely be online tomorrow, so no big deal if you cannot stay, Pyro. But yeah, this one was really, really cool. Yeah, exactly. It's like some sections, like in the intro part here, where there's a bit of sub, it feels alright, you know, in terms of the level. But then during the drops, it could maybe be a little tiny bit louder, but it's just a very subtle thing. Like here, it feels fine. I was maybe gonna say, maybe the sidechain in this area of the intro is a little bit aggressive. because it's like it's sidechaining everything. Like I can hear that, like the mid range, the synth stuff and stuff is also sidechained quite heavily. Maybe for this intro section, it would be better to just sidechain the kick to the sub, and maybe a little bit on the mid frequencies, but not too much, because right now it feels like every time the kick hits, it just feels like everything just goes silent for a tiny little bit, tiny little moment. Like it just feels like you used basically the same amount of sidechaining in the intro as used in the drop, which is fine. But I usually don't like it too much when you hear that clear sidechaining happening during an intro. It would be pretty easy to fix, actually. When I do that, it's obviously also, when I boost it here, it's obviously also going to boost the level of the kick and everything, which is kind of, not what you want. But it feels like the sub bass just could be a tiny bit louder. Why is this not showing the bigger? There we go. That's better. I wish there was a setting there for just resetting the gain. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Maybe like a shorter sidechain curve during the intro, or just having the sidechain less aggressive in the intro, like, would probably work as well. It's not like like in the intro you probably don't need that heavy of a sidechain, because it's really just, you know, it's gonna be fine. The bass is quieter in that section as well, so it's gonna be fine. Like during the drop, I get it. That's where you definitely need it. But during an intro, most of the time you don't need a very aggressive sidechain for it to cut through the mix. And if there's a little bit of sort of like layering between the kick and the bass, it's usually fine as well. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, just maybe a different sidechain, or just automating the amount of it, you know? Or yeah, like you said, like having a really short sidechain in the intro and then a little bit of a longer sidechain in the drop. Both can work. Could kind of probably both give like a different feeling, but I think both would be good ways to do that. But another way to do it, would be to do your sidechain in sort of like a multiband way, where you're sidechaining just to the sub and leaving the mid range alone. Because most of the time, especially during an intro, if it's like an intro like this one where there is sub bass in the intro, it's probably mostly going to be the sub bass that is gonna interfere with the kick, right? The kick is really filtered in the intro. It's sort of like being filtered in. So it's mostly just the low end of the kick that is interfering with the sub of the intro. So you don't necessarily need it to sidechain to the mid range. Could probably get away with just sidechaining it to the sub. And that would leave the mid range sort of like just sustained, right? It doesn't really interrupt the mid range synths and everything like that. Like during the drop, where everything is louder, yeah, you probably want to also duck down the mid range a bit, because otherwise it's just gonna get in the way. It's gonna make the mix too busy, and it's gonna sacrifice loudness, of course. But during the intro, probably not that big of a deal. But yeah, it's all like that can also be a stylistic choice, right? Doing sidechain on the entire sort of like frequency range, or doing it just on like a section of the frequency range. That's kind of, I guess, also a stylistic choice. Depends on what you kind of want to have. But I'm really nitpicking here because this track is also pretty good already. So even without that change, it would still be good. Oh yeah, one thing we should probably check as well is how the mono compatibility is. I assume it's gonna be alright, but I can see the track is pretty wide, so we have to check. It seems alright. Like, you're obviously gonna lose a bit of volume in this when you sum it to mono, because the synths are pretty wide, but it's mostly just the mid-range synths, and it's not like they just disappear completely. They're still there properly in mono, so it's fine. It's definitely better without mono, yeah, definitely. I agree. But you know, it's understandable. God damn it. It's understandable, you know, the synths are pretty wide, and it's also a more melodic track, so in that sense, you can get away with that. Like, usually if it's a really heavy track, like a really heavy drum and bass, or a really heavy, whatever other electronic genre, the heavier it is, usually the more careful you have to be. And if it's like something that's more melodic, you most of the time can get away with a bit more width. It all depends on where you intend the track to be played, you know? That's the main thing that matters. Like, if you intend the track to be played live in a club, you want to be really careful. If the track is more for like people to just enjoy at home, nobody cares. It doesn't really matter that much, you know? Because most people are not going to be listening to your track in mono at home. You know, they'll have like a proper speaker setup with stereo, so it's going to be fine. But if it's a club, it does kind of matter. Imagine a track without mono info, stereo only. That would be imagine being the DJ and not realizing that it's just side information, and being like, "Yo, this track is awesome. I'm gonna play it live," and you play it in your set, and it's just complete pure silence. That would mess you up. Fuck. Burn my fucking mouth there. Yeah, really nice track though. Let's move on to the next one. This one. Solo silent disco. I mean, probably not even that. Like it would be an inverse silent disco. The DJ with the headphones will still hear the track, but everybody on the dance floor will hear silence. Wait, will hear silence. Do you even hear silence? That's kind of a strange thing to say, maybe, but the DJ should still hear the track then, because his headphones are probably stereo, right? So would he even notice? Imagine DJ just absolutely going ham still, and the crowd just being there like, what the fuck is he doing? Some people listen to music only with one earbud, so it could some weirdly so it could sound weirdly sometimes. Yeah, especially if you use the Haas effect. Yeah, true. Cool. Next one is called Technoid. Technoid, VIP by... Who was that? Because the file is not named properly. Oh, it's Goated Rollers District. Not sure if he's here. If you are, show up in chat. See what you got. That's a weird snare.
Technology.
Okay, interesting idea. Track is actually, I think the idea is really nice. Execution could be better though. I do have a couple of things I want to say about this one. Let's see if I can remember all of them. First thing, the drums in the intro. I think they work fine in the drop, but in the intro, because the kick is pretty distorted, and I guess the whole drum bus, during the intro it feels a little bit out of place. And usually, this is something I usually don't like on a lot of on tracks, is when the drums are pretty saturated, and in the intro they'll use the same drums as in the drop. I usually don't like that too much, because with the intro, like, you can hear it. Like if we just play this section here, you really start hearing that saturation on the kick, which, you know, isn't really necessarily needed for an intro. You can get away with lighter drums in the intro. And especially on the kick, you can really hear it, like that sort of like saturated sound, which is fine during the drop, but during the intro, I usually don't like that too much. So I usually like it if people, you know, just take, like, I guess just a lighter version of the kick and then a lighter version of the snare during the intro, just to make that section feel a little bit better. The snare is weird though, I'm gonna tell you. I'm not sure if I like the snare, actually. It works, but I'm not sure if I like it. Like that sort of like volume movement that's happening on it. Maybe with a quicker movement. Or with less of it, so that it doesn't cut out completely. Like it just adds a little bit of that movement. Maybe. It works though, it works, but I'm not sure if I like the snare. The other thing that I noticed is that, I mean, we don't have to, but because I already know, but this track is gonna have issues in mono. And that is, I can see that, because the information in the sides, especially during the intro and the breakdown and stuff like that, is actually louder than it is in the center, which is gonna lead to quite a lot of phase cancellation. Which, a track like this is a track that would be played in a club on a dance floor, right? So, see how quiet the atmosphere gets in mono? Which makes the contrast between the really saturated drums and the background atmosphere even bigger, you know? Which is already, in my opinion, too much. There's already too much contrast there, with the drums being too saturated and then the quieter atmosphere behind it. But in mono, that's even worse, because, you know, the atmosphere gets a lot quieter. Yeah, snare is, I guess it's also a personal preference thing, you know, whether you like the snare or not. Not that big of a deal. It's not the biggest issue here. Yeah, Greedo, I'm gonna agree with you there. The snare works in the drop, but during the intro, I don't like how that sits in, the arrangement in the mix. I think that's also why I think in this kind of track you probably could get away with using different drums in the intro. Ah, yeah. Now we're getting to another thing that I wanted to point out. And that has also to do with the stereo width. Now, this doesn't necessarily have to do with there being too much stereo width. It is more about a balance in the stereo width. Right here, we're not really going to notice it. This sound is probably fine, that main sort of like heavy bass sound. Oh, let's go to here. Yeah, see, that sound is completely fine in mono. It almost sounds the same. Check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 technology. Right, but here, do you listen to the difference in the width between the first bass sound and then the sound that comes after it? Well, it's a different tempo than this project is set to. Let's just go here, that's the kick. That second sound is so much wider than the first bass sound, and it really creates this sort of like, I don't know, this weird imbalance between the first sound and the sound that comes after it. I would like it a lot more if those sounds were closer together in terms of the stereo width. I also wonder how well that second sound is gonna come through in mono. So let's have a little listen to that. Yeah, see, so in mono it sounds fine. In mono it doesn't sound too much different from each other, right? It's like in mono it actually sounds fine. So it's not like it is necessarily leading to a lot of phase issues. It's just that the volume of the side information on the second sound is so much bigger than the volume of the side information on the first sound that it creates this weird sort of like, yeah, I would like imbalance is probably the best way to describe it. Technology. Like that second sound just suddenly sounds a lot louder, which makes sense because there's a lot of width information, but it kind of feels well balanced in mono, but when it's played in stereo, it doesn't. What can you do to make your track more mono compatible? Kind of depends on what the problem is, you know? There's a lot of things that could be causing an issue with mono compatibility. And depending on what it is, there are different ways to fix it. Like if it's, for instance, like let's say you're using a sound with a lot of unison and it's very wide. Good way to fix that is to make the unison less wide, which in some synths you will have that control, like in Serum, for instance. You can decrease the width. But let's say you don't have that, because not every synth will allow you to do that. Some synths just give you a unison setting, and that is always going to be wide. Then stuff like mid-side EQ can work, you know, like taking some volume down in the sides for some frequencies, and then maybe boosting them in the mid channel so that, you know, you kind of fix that a bit. Can also just sometimes work by just taking a utility device, like in Ableton, taking the utility device and bringing the width down, or bringing the the volume of the sides down a bit and increasing the volume of the mid channel. It really depends. There's more than one ways to fix this kind of issue. For this particular one, I would say the best thing probably to do would be to because you have access over the individual sounds in the mix. So what I would probably do with this one is just add some processing on that second sound in the drop, and just take down the side information, the volume of it. It's probably the easiest way to fix it. Yeah, usually with bass, if there's like, like width in the sides, for bass frequencies, you usually want to take that down. Don't have to make it completely mono though. Like a lot of people will tell you, like one thing that I see a lot of people do is they will just chuck an EQ on the master track and just basically just do a mid-side EQ on the master and just high pass the sides at like 100 or 120 or 150 hertz, something like that. And that I wouldn't do, because that can also really, I don't know, it's fine to have a little bit of width in like the low frequencies. It doesn't necessarily have to be completely mono. Not that that is an issue with this track, but it's something that I just see a lot of people do in general. It's just, and also people that give like advice on YouTube and stuff like that. They'll just say like, oh yeah, just throw an EQ on the master track and just high pass the sides, which can be okay. Don't get me wrong. It's there's nothing wrong with it, but a lot of times I do I do like it when there's a little bit of width happening in the low end. It definitely is the easiest way to make sure your track is gonna be somewhat mono compatible. It doesn't have to be, because there's still gonna be potential issues. Like if your track has a lot of side information in the mid frequencies, could still lead to issues even though you're doing a high pass on the sides. But at least the bass frequencies will be mono compatible. That's the only thing that it kind of does. But you don't have to do that. Like it's kind of like a lazy way to fix potential phase issues with the bass. That's kind of the only thing it does. Much better to do it just within the arrangement itself, like on the actual sounds itself. Because like, and also if I analyze like tracks, like for instance, if I analyze a Noisia track, for instance, or like insert any sort of like big name drum and bass producer in there, you'll notice a lot of times that the side information will still have low frequencies in it. A lot of times it will. The kick might have a little bit of side information in the low end, or the sub even, and when you take that all out, it does tend to sound a little bit weird, or a little bit boring maybe. Like it can definitely make a track sound more interesting on headphones when there's a little bit of side information, even in like the low end. The only thing I usually say is what you really wanna pay attention to. Like if it is a track that is to be played on a dance floor, of course. Like if it's just if it's an ambient piece of music, who the fuck cares, right? Let's be honest. But if it's a drum and bass track or a dubstep track or something that is supposed to be played in a club, then the only thing you really need to be paying attention to is if all the sort of like important elements in the track, if those are still there in its entirety in mono. Like if the important track, the important sounds in the track, like let's say the main bass sounds and stuff like that, if those if those get like this really phasey kind of sound when you sum it to mono, that is probably something you don't want, right? Or if they suddenly sound really different from how they sound in stereo, that's stuff that you don't want to have. But if things just get a little bit quieter, that's fine, That's completely fine. That's understandable, right? Because any type of width, like any amount of stereo width, will basically mean that when it's summed to mono, that will get quieter. Because you're basically losing information, right? So it is going to be quiet no matter what. But a little bit of that is fine, right? But if there's like a lot of how do you say that? If there's like a lot of information in the sides, then it could actually end up happening that in mono, certain sounds just start sounding really different from what they sound in stereo, or certain sounds just lose so much volume that the whole balance gets thrown off, which that is something you don't want. Yeah, or if they disappear, exactly. They could actually disappear completely. If they're completely opposite phase from one another, they could actually end up disappearing. I mean, the easiest way to make sure that a sound has really that a sound has width, and you can actually add a lot of width with this technique, is to take sounds that are basically close to mono or even completely mono, and then, like somebody is saying in the chat, duplicate those sounds. Sure, that's a fine way. Duplicate those and make them wider. That's fine, but you will still get phase issues between your mono version of the sound and the ones that you made wide. Still going to be issue there, because depending on how much more wider you make those sounds, it actually could still lead to a lot of phase issues. What you could do though, and this is something that I've talked about a couple of times in the past, but it's something that is really, really helpful to make sounds so like really wide, but still work perfectly fine in mono. Let's say we have a sound. Let's just quickly gonna make a sound. It's gonna be very boring sound, but that's all that we need. Let's say we do that, and let's add another saw wave like that or something. Okay, really boring sound, but it's all we need at the moment. This sounds completely mono, right? So that will work. Now, we can make a duplicate. We don't have to actually make a duplicate. We can just make a little rack here, and we're just gonna create another chain. So this is our mono sound, and here we're gonna make it wider, right? We don't necessarily need the utility, but so what can we do? Well, we could say, for instance, I don't know, let's add a chorus. Where's the chorus? Chorus. And we can, I don't know, use either one of these. And let's crank it up to 200 for good measure. Make it fully wet as well. So now our sound is really wide. But because we've just taken the sound and made it wider, right? It is going to lead to issues in mono, because as soon as we play just the mono channel, it's actually still fine. Sometimes you get a lot of sort of like phasing and stuff that starts happening. It's actually still fine with this, so not that big of a deal. Maybe that one, if we use the classic chorus mode, it would actually lead to more issues. A little bit of phasing, but it's very subtle, so it's actually still fine. Now, obviously, we can, I don't know, increase the amount of width. Let's just chuck utility after it, and up the width even more. Now the side information is really loud. But the more we start adding, the more it will also... Might also be that my rack here is actually already fixing it. Let's see. Let's just do mono here. Now, it actually still works. It kind of also depends on... I think there's multiple ways to sum something to mono, but I could be wrong on that. But the easiest way to do things like this, because this is still, you know, like, completely fine. I do want to know if we play that sound in mono, yeah, there's still stuff there. So what you can do to make sure that your your mono sound is still going to be completely intact, if you sum the whole thing to mono, is take a utility, put it on the chain where you've done your stuff to make things wider, and right-click on the width knob, set it to mid-side mode, and just chuck that all the way up to the sides. So now this track right here in the chain has no mid information, so the stereo and the side sound completely the same because there's nothing in the mids. See? So now if we play this together with this sound and we just listen to it in stereo, it's really wide, or at least there's plenty of information in the sides. But then when we sum it to mono, we're just back with our mono sound. See, everything that is here in the sides just disappears. And there's no phase cancellation or phasing happening between the wider chain and the mono chain, because there is nothing in the mid channel to begin with. So there is nothing to interfere with your main sound. Now obviously with this sound it's a really boring sound, so it does end up sounding quite different, because, you know, one sound has movement, like this chain here has movement, whereas this chain is just completely static. But that's just because the sound is really basic. Like if we make this one more interesting by adding some voices, and for good measure I'm gonna make these voices mono, right? So now that has a bit of movement as well. Maybe we'll slow it down a bit. So now we have some movement in the mid channel, and then in the sides there is that happening. So there is still some movement happening here now. But when we sum it to mono, we're basically back to whatever is coming out of this top chain here, and everything in here is just gone. It just disappears. So that way you can kind of add width to sounds without it affecting the sound that you already had, which is really nice, and it's a really clever way to add width to stuff. I do this a lot of times when I do drums. Like when I make drums, I will be making a lot of my drums in mono most of the time, even like hi-hats and stuff, because I want to make sure that they are not gonna sort of like get quieter when the track is summed to mono. Sometimes I'll make the hats in stereo and just make them wide from the get-go. But if I want to be totally sure that the drums are gonna be solid in mono, I'll usually just end up working with them in mono. Plus a lot of drum samples often can be mono as well. And then when you want to add width to it, this is a technique I use a lot. You can combine this with anything. You could also take, for instance, a convolution reverb and just make the sides wider. Like you can just take a convolution reverb and just set it to convolution, and then use something short. So let's just stick with the first thing that opens up here. Make it completely wet. And then we're just gonna shorten the hell out of it, so it's just a tiny little thing. And that's the sound in mono. We don't hear this because we're set to mono on the master, but that is now coming out of the convolution reverb here. See, and it adds this sort of like extra width. And because the convolution reverb is super short, it doesn't really add a long tail or anything. It just makes the sound wider. But then, because we have the utility here set to play just the sides, as soon as we sum that whole thing to mono again, it's back to whatever we had that worked in mono. And on drums, for instance, that works really well. If you just have, like, let's say you're making drums from, like, you're making some hi-hat stuff from, like, one-shot hi-hat samples, and your hi-hat samples are mono. Like, you can add width to them with a convolution reverb, and as long as you make sure that you remove the mid-channel from the reverb channel, then you're gonna be fine in mono. So if there's no phase issues, but you lose a few decibels in perceived loudness in mono, is that acceptable? Yeah, totally. That's totally acceptable. Any sound that has width will get quieter when it's summed to mono. That's something that you have to keep in mind. So that's also why almost every track will get a little bit quieter in mono versus stereo, because it's very rare that you'll have a track that is completely mono, right? So basically every track will get quieter. What matters is with how much things get quieter and what happens when they get quieter. Like, if the sound just gets a few decibels quieter in perceived loudness, that's completely fine. If a sound gets quieter and also starts doing some weird phasing thing, right, where you really hear this like weird sort of like movement that you didn't hear in stereo, that's a problem. Because then it means that, oh, whatever is happening when we sum this together, it's creating this, phasing. The easiest way to describe that is when you have a couple of voices on like unison, like for instance here, and if we have like, let's make it low, that kind of stuff, right? That's clear phasing that's happening. Which makes sense because unison is basically detuning oscillators is what creates phasing, and it can also be used as an effect, but like that would be an issue. Like, we can hear it very well if we make this, let's just get rid of this rack here. So if we have this, sounds perfectly fine in stereo, right? But as soon as we sum that to mono, we get that. See, so that in stereo, it sounds really nice. It sounds fine. It's like, oh, wow, that sounds like just a normal sort of like Reese kind of sound. But then the moment it's summed to mono, you get that, which is completely different, right? And that would be a problem. It changes the sound a lot. It does get a little bit quieter as well, but it mostly just changes the sound itself. It just sounds like a completely different sound, and that is an issue. And that's something that you want to keep an eye out for, or an ear out for, I should probably say. Is like, I usually say it's fine if sounds get a little bit quieter, but they shouldn't change too much in terms of their sound. And of course, this is a really simple sound. It's just a saw wave, but for demonstration purposes, it kind of shows what I mean. So. Oh, almost destroyed your guys' eardrums there. My drums and subs still stay the same, but puts the mix slightly out of balance, only slight. So in mono, you mean? That would indicate that there is just a how do I say that? Like, if the balance sounds off in mono, then I would say that the center part of the mix already has a balance issue, and it's just being masked by stereo information. So yeah, that's just something that you can probably fix by just listening closely to the mono channel, and so like finding out where that balance issue is coming from, and then just taking whatever sound that is playing during the sections that sound too quiet, and just making the mono channel a little bit louder, so that it fixes that. Yeah, it's fine. Like, if things get a little bit quieter, it's completely fine, because that's to be expected. When we sum it to mono, things are gonna get quieter. That's just what is gonna happen, because any bit of stereo information is going to mean that things will start canceling each other out. The only thing is with how much. Because any stereo information means that there is a difference between the left and right channel. And any difference between the left and right channel is going to lead to phase cancellation when things are summed to mono. because it's going to take the average. It's going to take the average of both channels, and that is going to be the mono channel. So if there is a lot of difference between those channels, it's going to lead to a lot of phase cancellation. If there's a little bit of difference between those channels, it might lead to a little bit of phase cancellation. A little bit of phase cancellation is fine. But if it's a lot, things might end up sounding completely different in mono, basically like what I just showed you. Anyways, we got sidetracked, because, yeah, the balance issue here in this track, with the first sound of the drop being, like the first sound of the drop has width, and the best way to see it is right here at the bottom, by the way. Here you can see the top channel here in this area is the mid channel, and the bottom channel is the sides. Look at the difference between the first bass sound and then the sound that comes after it. See that much louder second sound compared to the first? That balance is what I'm referring to here. We got mono tracked. Yeah. Like I would almost say in stereo, this sound feels too loud. Like that resonant frequency in the mids feels too loud. But in mono, it actually feels fine. Like if we play this in mono, it feels a lot more balanced in terms of the level, in sort of like the perceived loudness. But when we play the track in stereo, that second sound just suddenly feels like it's way too loud in the mix. See, that's what I kind of was referring to earlier, with like an imbalance between those sounds. Would still be an easy fix though, it's not too hard to fix. Well, this section again, you could probably add different drums again, lighter drums, so that you don't have to really saturate a thing. Same thing as what we had in the intro. I just never like it when the drums in like the breakdowns in like the quieter sections are still like the fat ass fucking saturated drums that you'll use during the drop to punch through the mix. Like in a drop, makes sense. You need to punch through a busy mix down or a busy mix. There it makes sense. But in the intro or the breakdowns where everything is already quieting down, you know, everything is already a lot quieter. No need for like the really heavy saturated drums. Just gonna feel out of place, in my opinion. Transition could probably also be better. Now I hear it here. Like it feels pretty abrupt of a transition. Like, it sounds okay, like you can hear that something is gonna happen because there is the little drum fill and there is the noise building up, but then still it feels like a pretty abrupt transition, if that makes sense. Would be nice to have something bridging that together, you know, which could be like some kind of sound sweeping in at the end and then having like a long reverb on it that extends into the next section, so it kind of bridges the two together. There's a little bit of the noise still in that breakdown section, but right, so here, this section, for instance, right here, when almost everything cuts out, this is gonna sound almost quiet in mono, probably. Tech, 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 tech. Tech, 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 tech. Yeah, the atmosphere stuff is just so wide that it's wider in the sides than in the mid channel. So this is on a dance floor. All of that atmosphere is just going to be a lot quieter than it is in stereo. Technology. So I would say, I guess I would say with this track, the most of the issues are actually sitting in the mix. Like, the idea itself is fine. It's mostly just a mix that could be better. Oh yeah, one other thing I remember now. The second drop, I like the idea. It just feels like it drags a little bit for too long. Tech. Let's see. Technology. Yeah, this section, in my opinion, feels a little bit out of place. That comes in here. It's like it takes all the energy away. Yeah, listen to the difference in mono, by the way, right here. This is the best place to show how phase cancellation can lead to something sounding completely different in mono. Like, this is stereo. Okay, it starts about here. Sounds fine, right? But then when we sum that to mono, that arpeggiated synth almost disappears. Like, mostly in this section here, where you can hear that very clearly. Like, you can still faintly hear it, but it's like almost gone in mono, which that would be a bit of an issue probably. But yeah, I think this whole section here kind of feels a bit out of place. I don't think you need it, honestly. Like, you might even just be able to go straight into this section after here, or go back to the pattern we had in the first drop. Technology. Could also be something you could do. I don't think this section here works too well. But that's basically it for this track, because we've been on this track for a while. I think the idea is cool. Just needs a bit of work, basically. Cool, next one we got Cursed Ville. Wait, what is the track name? Faun? Faun? Seems like an odd track with bits of silence in here, but let's see what we got. Are we stereo? Yes, we are in stereo. Cool. Let's see what we get. Oh, what is going on here? This is not turned on. Okay. Can somebody please shut up the baby? Okay. Well, that's something we haven't heard on this on these streams yet. I did have a lot of exposure to these kind of tracks though, so... Jesus, saturation. I just wish that lasted longer. What the hell is this track, man? It goes all over the place. I actually did enjoy that. I really enjoyed this last section. That fucking cake was absolutely great. I don't like those. Where was it? Somewhere here. But that is a personal preference, by the way. I think I need therapy after listening to this track. Yeah. No. Like I'm a bit of a strange one when it comes to like hardcore and hardstyle and like all these kind of genres. Especially with modern day, sort of like raw style kind of stuff. I do like some parts of it, but I don't like everything. And the main thing I don't like is those... There was an example in here. That I could enjoy. Those kicks. I forgot what they call them. Those kicks are usually not my cup of tea. And I would usually just be like, okay, next track. But that's also a personal thing because I know a lot of people do like them. But I often don't. Kind of feels like it has no punch. If you get what I mean. Like, this kick here, for instance, absolutely hits you in the fucking face, you know? This one here. Like that absolutely fucking smashes your fucking face off, right? Whereas this thing here, it kind of doesn't, right? A lot of times I feel, and that's the same thing with a lot of those kind of kicks, most of the time, is what I feel is like, it doesn't have the impact that I would want out of a track like that. And that is just a characteristic thing that happens with a kick drum like that. Again, completely personal preference. A lot of people will like it, but I usually don't. I did enjoy this track though. It's kind of fun. Although it feels a little bit all over the place, in my opinion. And maybe the distorted square, well, it used to be an 808 probably, but it turned into a square wave. Maybe a bit much, but again, that could also be personal preference. Kind of almost sounds like, you know, maybe that is actually why you're doing it. Like I'm not sure if this still happens in hip hop these days, but there was a phase in hip hop where a lot of tracks sounded like they were just bass boosted, you know, where the 808s were just saturated and distorted to crap, basically. And I never liked it. I was always like, kind of ruins the fucking tune, in my opinion. It kind of makes everything sound like it's just imbalanced and just, you know, just distorted for the sake of being distorted, but not in a good way, you know? Maybe that's actually why you're doing it, because this is kind of a bit of like a hip-hop section, so... It's like literally a square wave. I do like the choir, actually. Choir is actually really nice. Good amount of reverb on the choir as well. That's a thing that you often hear when people use a choir in like electronic music. Is a lot of times people have the choir with way too little reverb. Like choirs like this need quite a lot of reverb to sound good in electronic music. And this one, you have a good amount of it on here. It's actually it sounds fine. A lot of times when I hear these sort of like choirs and tracks, they'll just be too dry, you know. And that usually doesn't sound too great, but that's not the case here. Yeah, this section, this hip-hop section here is not my cup of tea. Just because of my own personal taste, you know. Probably will still be plenty of people that will like it, though. Okay, so here we have a kick. This kick here I actually do like. It still has a bit of that sort of like resonant, what are you gonna call it? Resonant punch, but done in a different way, right? Where was it here? Like that one, in my opinion, feels better. At least I like that one more. That's probably what I should say. You deserve to die. You Yeah, last section is definitely my favorite though. Like that last kick almost goes into the area of like industrial hard techno, you know, which I would definitely be able to enjoy. It's really dirty, still distorted, but really dirty and in a good way. At least something that definitely tickles my brain, you know. Whereas some of the other kicks don't necessarily. So let's just hear that last section one more time. Yeah, about it. We're close to zero loves. But it's fine, right? For this kind of music, that is understandable, right? Something that is this distorted and heavy will be like that. That's completely fine. Like really loud, aggressive electronic music will naturally be very loud on like an LUFS meter, but it also depends on what kind of sound it is, right? If it's a more rhythmic kind of sound, things will not be like that. If there's like little gaps in it, for instance, like you can hear this a lot of times with drum and bass tracks. Like a drum and bass track with a really sustained bass sound will always gonna read louder on an LUFS meter than a drum and bass track that has a rhythmic bass with like little gaps of silence in between it. It's just the nature of how the sound is made and what the sound is doing that will lead to it being louder on that meter. And with like kicks like this, like these are basically gonna hit zero the entire time. It's a sustained sound. There's no gaps or anything in there. So yes, it's gonna lead or it's gonna read fucking loud on an LUFS meter, which is fine. There's actually a lot of dynamics in this track still. In between the sections, right? The different sections in between that, there is where the dynamics are coming from. This section by itself, though, has absolutely no dynamics, but that's completely fine. I enjoyed it though. Definitely something new for these streams. I don't think we've ever had somebody send in that kind of music before. But yeah, like I said, I had so much exposure to hardcore music and stuff. I grew up in Rotterdam, so do I need to say more? I still don't know which like I think there's still a debate between where hardcore music originated, but Rotterdam is one of those cities that always comes up. So yeah, it's do I have to say more? I grew up in between like fucking hardcore DJs and producers, so like people I hung out with when I was a teenager in like the local youth center here in my village. Like those people ended up being like famous hardcore DJs and or MCs or like fuck do I know, you know, like one dude that used to be my goalkeeper in my youth soccer team is now a hardstyle DJ that basically does shows everywhere. So and then there's like people as well, like from the youth center I used to go to that are now like MCing on like a lot of hardcore tracks and on like shows and stuff like that. So that kind of music has been around me for like so long, so much, such a big time period of my youth. So yeah. Yeah, I guess Greedo. Yeah, I guess. But then again, like Rotterdam has always been like sort of like, especially in the Netherlands, like Rotterdam was always sort of like the place with like the biggest parties in hardcore music. Like you had the whole Thunderdome kind of stuff that originated here, which obviously is like insanely well known in the hardcore scene. Like you had the Parkzicht venue in Rotterdam. That is like, yeah, that's like such an iconic place. And like that stuff was everywhere out here when I was younger, man. Like it was everywhere. Like I could literally be like as a tiny little boy, I could be playing in the playground behind my house and I would hear like gabber music, basically. Because there were like a bunch of producers living around me. It was fun though. Actually, I was cycling back home from work not too long ago. This week I think it was. Yeah, it was this week. And I was cycling home from work like what, like 10 p.m. something like that. Um and I came past this little industrial site that's pretty close to where I live. And I was like, "Hey, I hear hardcore music." And I just knew immediately, like, oh, that's Paul Elstock. He's having a little party at his shop or something. His shop is still pretty close to where I live, and he has a studio there. And every once in a while, I think when they have like a drop of new merchandise or something, he will have like this little pop up party at his shop. So I'm pretty sure it was one of those again. So whose track is this? It's called Untitled. Let's see. Let me check the Discord. Uh oh, it's Prozac. I actually never worn Australian. Like I went to plenty of hardcore parties, but I never was into the whole fashion part. The only thing that I at one time I did own was a bomber jacket. That's the only thing that I had at some point. But I was always a weird one, the odd one out in the whole group, you know? Like everybody around me was into gabber or hardcore music or hardstyle or any of the sort of like subgenres of that sort of like kind of music. And I would go to the parties because all my friends were going there, right? I wasn't doing that necessarily because I was into the music so much that I wanted to go to all the parties. It was more that I just was a teenager and all my friends were going to those parties, so you kind of have no option, right? And I could still enjoy it. Don't get me wrong, but I was also listening to a ton of hip hop and I was listening to a ton of drum and bass. So I was kind of the odd one out in the whole group. And then eventually, when I found out about the drum and bass parties in Rotterdam, I kind of stopped going to all the hardcore stuff. That was more in like my early teenage years. And then when I went to like art school and I started meeting up with like a ton of graffiti writers and all that stuff, and I got into the whole graffiti scene and like the skateboarding scene and stuff, I started, meeting up with, I basically rolled into a completely new group of friends that were all like, skateboarders and like graffiti writers and stuff like that. And a lot of those were also listening to hip hop. Plus, drum and bass was like the place where they would go in the weekends, like drum and bass parties. So that's where the whole, drum and bass thing started for me. I mean, I was already listening to it before that, before I went to the parties, but um, when I started like getting really invested with skateboarding and graffiti, that's when I also started going to a lot of drum and bass parties. And that's kind of when I started seeing like drum and bass artists that I had already listened to for like a bunch of years, and then suddenly I found out about these parties, and I was like, wait, you're telling me they actually perform in Rotterdam? And I was like, wait a second. And from that moment on, like every fucking weekend, I was in like this place that had these drum and bass parties here, and I've seen so many of those artists over the years. But yeah, before that, I used to go to gabba parties or hardcore parties. Yeah, but that was also a different time, right? That was a completely different time. Like I was able to go to these parties when I was like 13, you know, even though you wouldn't be able to go inside like under the age of 18, like I would always find a way, basically. Most of the time because I knew people, you know. Like at the youth center I would go to, like there were so many hardcore DJs that would come there that were basically locals and they knew me as this tiny little teenage kid that would always be there. And so when there were like festivals here in Rotterdam or anything, usually I would know somebody of like the DJs performing there or like the producers or you know just the people that were already going there. And I've been into so many of these sort of like festivals by just going through the back gate or the artist gate as like a tiny little kid. So that was always fun. And the whole drum and bass thing, I think I was already 18 when I started going to drum and bass parties, maybe 17 or something like that. But I was definitely not in my early teenage years anymore. Anyways, Prozac is here. Let's listen to your track. Actually, pretty nice tune. Definitely a more like uplifting kind of tune. God damn it! Shut the fuck up, mate. Let me just unscrew that fucking thing because it's gonna make this hissing sound otherwise. Gonna create a noise buildup. I really liked it though. It's like a more uplifting kind of tune. Definitely not like a dance floor tune. One thing I don't like is the snare. Again, that's probably a personal preference. I would go for a more tighter snare in this thing. Like this one feels quite long. I would go for something a lot tighter, maybe even without too much of that fundamental kind of part. But that's pretty much a personal preference. You know, I usually, especially for stuff that is more melodic and less heavy, I usually go more towards like the clap slash rim shot kind of territory, as opposed to like a snare drum with a clear fundamental. But yeah, that's just me and my own taste. Somebody said in the chat that the bass could be louder. I actually don't mind it because of what this track is. You know, like it's not a track that is. It's more uplifting, like melodic kind of track. And then I think it's fine if the bass is more dynamic. It doesn't necessarily have to be hitting 0 decibels the entire time, you know? Like, it's not a track that is trying to be as loud as possible, right? So... And I think the balance feels fine. Main thing that bugs me is the snare. That's the main thing. I would almost say that the snare here, is it a snare? Right here, it feels like it's the kick layered with something. But that thing that is layered on top almost sounds like it would work better as a snare. Might need a little bit of sort of like low mids for it to actually work on its own without the kick underneath it, but it feels more like snappy and tight as opposed to the main snare that you're using in the track. This one feels too well, how do we say it? Like this snare has too much of the so like old school dubstep kind of sound to me. Like obviously those would be longer still, they would be even longer, right? But it has too much of that kind of sound to me, which is usually a sound that I don't like too much in drum and bass if it's used in drum and bass. Yeah, it's a kick with a clap but EQ'd. Yeah, exactly. Like it almost sounds like it would work better as something that is more in that sort of like territory. Also, I just noticed, do I need to say more that I'm from Rotterdam? Look at what my T-mug says. Not to thee. Which is, I guess, it basically means wet tea. Which, I guess, in English doesn't make much sense because tea is always wet. But thee is also a different word for the letter T in Dutch. the letter T is basically, in Dutch you would say thee. And so tea, as in the drink that you can drink, is also called thee. So natte thee, or wet tea, I guess, is how they usually describe the T sound in speech that people from Rotterdam will have in their accent from Rotterdam. It's usually, they would call that a natte thee. So my tea mug says natte thee op zijn Rotterdamst. That's literally what my mug says. Wet tea, like a Rotterdammer? I don't know how we would translate that. It's a joke that kind of only makes sense to a Dutch person, I guess. Maybe I lose treble in my ear? Well, hey, you're not the only one. But try to make the track a bit more shiny. Could work, maybe. A little bit of shimmer up here. Little hard to hear because it's also boosting the high end of the snare, and the snare is already pretty loud compared to the rest. Like the drums in this are the loudest in the mix, so as soon as I start boosting here, it'll boost everything in the drums as well, which kind of makes it hard to hear, but maybe a bit of shimmer would be nice, yeah. I guess in this section we could check it. Like something up here, a little bit of brightness there would be nice, yeah. But you would want to apply it to everything except the drums, I guess. Fuck, I can't see the loop thing. Here we go. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, it doesn't necessarily need it on the drums though. Like, the synths and the background elements could maybe have a bit more high end, but the drums don't. So that's also why it's hard to show, because if I boost anything on an EQ here, it's going to boost everything, including the drums. So it's not really gonna change like the balance, which is kind of what you want. But can't really show that now. I'm not necessarily hearing that rumble you're speaking of, Greedo, but... yeah, main thing for me is the snare. Really. Other than that, I think it's fine. I would almost say just go for like almost a clap, as opposed to this snare. And it would probably sound better. But I already said that, so I think we should move on to the next track. Did enjoy that though. I do like a bit more melodic stuff. Not the thing I would usually listen to that much, but I can enjoy it, for sure. Okay, what do we got here? That looks like an odd waveform. Aurelus, what is that? Arius or Aurelus? It's a little bit small. Arius Nation and Hakari. Apes. Apex? Fucking Apex, not apes. Or is it apes? Fucking hell, these letters are becoming a little bit small on my screen. Or are my ears, or are my eyes just getting fucked? I hope not. How many barkies? You seen that Dutch Papa guy? What the fuck are you talking about? Maybe I'm out of touch, but no, I have not. I know what a barkie is, but I don't know. I don't think I understand what you're referencing. Cool. I'm out of tea. Let's see then what you got here. Oh yeah, dude, I don't fucking use TikTok, mate. I'm not the generation to be into TikTok, you know? So I'm sorry. I absolutely despise TikTok, man. It's not my thing at all. Like, I hate YouTube Shorts. It's a miracle that I can fucking post some short content stuff on Instagram for like my skate stuff. It's a miracle that I'm able to do that because usually I absolutely hate short form content. And especially the fucking brain rot content that a lot of places like YouTube Shorts and stuff usually promote. So, yeah, that stuff is not for me. And TikTok, because it's like it's literally just that. Like the only reason I'm on Instagram is because it used to be a place where I would post my photos. So that's why I can still so like get into Instagram. And nowadays, you know, I play the new skate game and I sometimes post some stuff with that. But if it wasn't for the photo stuff that I would post on Instagram, I probably would not be on Instagram either. Oh yeah, fucking tell me about it. These AI documentaries, yeah, exactly. Um, I mean, there's so much like we're getting sidetracked, but there's so much slop content right now, like on YouTube as well, and it pisses me off. Like, fucking how many fucking videos I click on, and I'm like, oh, that looks like an interesting video, or that could be an interesting video regarding just looking at the title, and you click it, and it's literally just this AI voiceover, and it's like, okay, well, goodbye. I'm gonna click off, you know. The effort in a lot of content these days is so goddamn low, and it usually shows as well, right? It's like I love it when somebody actually puts in the effort and makes a video essay where they literally just wrote an entire script and done the voiceover and even better shot video clips, you know, of themselves. Maybe not even related to the video, but them just being outside and doing the voiceover or whatever, you know. But if people put in the effort, it makes the video so much better. And I can sit through like a fucking 3.5 hour video essay if it's good, you know? But if it's like this shitty AI voiceover that is just speaking a chat GPT script, then, well, I'm gonna sign off pretty quickly. Yeah, and if the visuals then are then AI generated as well, yeah, that is the whole trifecta together. Yeah, exactly. Actually, it's happening in the skate community now as well, where like around the video game skate, there was this one dude that was literally making videos, and I was like, he got so much hate from the community as well. I mean, it's kind of deserved in my opinion, but like the skateboarding community, right? Not just like the video game skateboarding community, but like skateboarding in general is a community that attracts creative people, right? It just attracts creative people. Skateboarding itself is a pretty creative sport, but the scene in general is filled with people that are doing all kinds of creative endeavors, right? And the same is the case for like the video game skate kind of community. You know, it attracts the same kind of people. Obviously, it attracts people that are interested in skateboarding, but it attracts the same kind of people. And there was this one dude making videos out of nowhere where he would literally use Grok to make these shitty AI video episodes that he said were art, and it was, you know, he was hating on all the people that were giving him shit in the comments. Like, so many people were just saying like, what the fuck are you doing, mate, with this AI slop? We don't need this. And the worst thing was, and like, he started sending these people DMs, like DMs with like hate. Basically, you're just like, oh, you're just hating the process. You're falling behind, bro. Blah blah blah. All that, like, out of spite. Like, it makes you look so bad when you start doing that, you know. Um, but people kept giving him flack, and I understand it because most people are like, why are you doing this? We don't need this bullshit. And now I saw, like, yesterday or a couple of days ago, I saw that he removed all the videos. So I'm like, okay. First you started sending hate in DMs to the people who are telling you to not do the whole AI stuff, and now a couple of weeks later he removed everything. So I'm like, okay, I guess they were speaking the truth then, huh? But yeah, it's all the photo editors are adding AI features now. I mean, to a degree, I would be fine with certain things. Like, let's be honest, like Photoshop's content aware kind of stuff, right? It's been a thing for ages. And it's kind of similar to what AI does. And in a way, I would be fine with that. You know, it's more like I'm not opposing AI in its entirety, you know? Like, I'm fine with AI as sort of like something um that can assist people or help people in certain ways to make something that they've already made themselves even better. So if, like, for instance, like, let's say you have a photograph, you've shot a photo somewhere, and there is an ugly fucking trash bin in the photo, and you use AI to remove that trash bin. I'm fine with that, you know? I'm fine with that. But if you start generating pictures that look like a photograph and then start putting them out as if they are photographs, yeah, that's kind of shitty, you know? Same thing in music. Like, if you start making music completely made with AI and you've just used Suno to generate a track and you're like, hey, look at me, I made this awesome track. Like, no, you didn't. You didn't make shit. Right? It's like, and if people come out with like, hey, I made this track with AI, and they're open about that whole thing, whatever. You know, I wouldn't really care too much about it. Wouldn't be something I would listen to, but I'm not gonna fucking give that person hate or anything. I'm like, oh, whatever. If that's what you want to do, then do it. You know, like that technology is out there. I'm not gonna stop you from not from using it and doing something like that. But it wouldn't be something that I would actually necessarily be interested in. What I do have an issue with, though, is the whole thing that you see on a lot of platforms right now where literally everything is AI generated. You'll have like AI generated script, AI generated visuals, AI generated voiceover. Heck, even the video description is going to be AI generated with ChatGPT. Like, yeah, that's kind of, at that point, I'm like, what the hell? At that point, it's not even human anymore, right? There's no human part to it at all. AI is a virtual ghost producer. I mean, at least with ghost production, you still have to find the right producer to produce for you, you know? Yeah, AI is in a weird place. right now. But hey, what can you do about it, right? All you can do is just well, the one thing I do find great about it, and sorry we're getting so sidetracked, um, but the one thing I do like about the whole increase in AI content is that you're starting to see it as well, is that more and more people are starting to seek out non-AI content and actually value that more, which is something that was already kind of needed in my opinion before AI started coming around. Like a lot of like content has been well, content in general, whether it's music or any type of art or something like that, has already been losing value a lot, right, over the years. And with AI now coming around, it might not necessarily increase the value yet. Maybe that will happen at some point, but it is at least making people more aware about what they consume. Like, not for everyone, of course. Like, there are a ton of brain dead people that will just consume whatever, and they probably don't even notice the difference between human made and AI content, which, I mean, at that point, I feel sorry for you, but it is, you can start seeing a trend now where there are more and more people that are actually starting to look for, or at least value the actual effort and stuff that some people put into the work that they do. And that is fun to see, or that's good to see, in my opinion. No, not just on TikTok. Mate. If I'm at my work, like some of my colleagues are so fucking brain dead, man. They'll just be looking at like they're literally like the boomer looking at a fucking clearly AI generated Facebook meme and thinking it's real. Like they're some of them are literally at that fucking level, right? And they're not even boomers, so that makes it so much worse. They'll be like my age. They'll be like millennials, and just it's like, dude, your brain is so dead that you're literally at the level your parents were at when were not well versed with technology at all. But you're a millennial, you were born into technology, and your brain is at a level where it's literally, well, it's far gone. And there's some of my colleagues as well. Like everything that they want to know is like, oh, they whip out their phone, ask ChatGPT, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck has happened, right? Like, give it. I mean, you're already seeing it, but give it another 5 or 10 years, and these people will not be able to make any decisions by themselves anymore. Like they're just losing any capability of like making any sort of like any sort of like critical thinking skills, which is pretty important to have. It's a pretty good thing to have critical thinking skills and being able to dissect a problem by yourself. It's pretty good to have. But I see so many people just like relying on whether it's ChatGPT or any other sort of like AI chatbot model, whatever. It's basically the Grok is this real thing, but then in real life. And it just creates a generation of people that are just completely devoid of being able to solve a problem themselves. I mean, that's what you want to do, then do your thing, but that's not me, man. I'm sorry. Like I actually find joy in learning about things. If I don't understand something, or if I don't understand something that interests me, I can get so obsessed with it that I'll just start learning anything, everything that I can about it, and I'll just fall into a rabbit hole, which can also be a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. I could get completely sidetracked and not spend time doing what I should be doing, but I just get completely sidetracked for like a week straight because I'm just learning new stuff or figuring stuff out that I want to understand. And it actually, I find that really fun to do. I find it enjoying. So I never use ChatGPT. And I'm going to be completely honest. I actually never use it. I used it a couple of times when it first came around, but then really quickly I figured out, like, what am I even doing? Like, I don't need it. I can figure this out myself, you know? I know how to find stuff or look stuff up, so why do I even need it? Sure, might be quicker, but am I gonna learn as much from it if I type something in and get an answer? Not really. So yeah, I just never use it. Really. Yeah, Hakari as well. Like some of these people that I see as well use it all the time, and they literally just rely on it. It's like they don't even think to question the answer that they get, which is insane to me. You know, like they won't even it won't even just appear in their brain that maybe the answer that they got is wrong, which, given how these sort of like language models work, like, depending on how you ask your question, you can get a different answer back, because it just analyzes whatever your question is and it tries to give you the answer that best suits that question. So if the way you ask the question already has like things in it that steer it into a certain direction, it will also give you answers that go into that direction. So yeah, it's like, I don't know, man. It's fucking weird. There's an old Dutch dude sitting at talk shows about his AI girlfriend, and he's actually serious. Wait, what? I mean, I don't watch TV, so I don't really see any talk shows, but that sounds kind of hilarious, actually. Yeah, I feel the same thing about the Google stuff, man. When you look something up and you get the whole AI summary, I see so many people just looking something up and they just look at the AI summary at the top, and it's like, dude, the amount of times I saw the AI summary and it clearly being wrong, like, because I knew what the answer was to what I searched for, because I wasn't necessarily searching a question, I was just searching a topic to find, you know, pages on the internet about it, and it just starts describing the subject that I'm looking up in at the top, and I'm like, dude, that summary is completely wrong. And there's so many people I see that just look something up and they see the AI summary, they're like, oh yeah, that's what it says. There we go. Nah, man. I'm still of the age to I mean, quote random John from random forums. I mean, at least with forums, you know, there was a group of people that were interacting with each other. So if somebody would say something that was wrong, he would often get corrected by the other members of said forum. So if you would just read through an entire forum thread, you would get to a pretty reasonable answer most of the time. So that was pretty all right. I still love it when I'm looking something up and I find a whole forum post about it and a whole thread of people discussing that thing, because usually you get to a pretty good understanding of what they're talking about. Because even if one of them is brain dead and has the wrong sort of like idea about it, most of the other ones will probably correct him. So yeah, that's I think, in my opinion, forums are still superior. Anyways, we got so sidetracked. Yeah, I love that one, man. What do I need to say? I love it. It's great. I'm trying to pinpoint what the sort of like melody stuff reminds me of. Like it almost reminds me of like the arpeggiated stuff. Like it almost reminds me of some Eastern European sort of like traditional music, which obviously would be played with different instruments, but it kind of almost has that sound, which is kind of cool. Yeah, classical music as well, but like definitely some like if you would replace it with like orchestral sounds, it would definitely have a like classical music kind of sound. But it also like the note choices kind of remind me of some like Eastern European traditional music as well. Yeah, exactly. Baroque music as well. Like definitely, I can hear that. What do you mean? Anyways, really nice track. One thing I do want to say though, and this is something that I see done quite often, and you don't have to do that. See how in this waveform, and I can see you've automated the volume, right? Fun fact, it was in 8-bit style as a demo. I mean the intro, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That would be perfectly fine to be written in 8-bit stuff, yeah. I could see that. But I don't know, like the note choices, like some of them, like not everything, but some of the note choices and like the changes, I guess, in the underlying chord progression feels a little bit like certain things that I heard in traditional Eastern European music, like Bulgarian music or Romanian music or whatever. Um, it definitely there are a couple of areas in there where it reminds me of that. Not saying that that is where you necessarily took that inspiration from, but it there are some parts of it that do remind me of that, which I mean I like. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So my guess is that you've automated the volume to make this drop section here hit harder, right? I mean that would be the obvious thing as to why you would automate the volume. Right. Okay. So a better way to do this is still going to involve automating the volume, but look at how what happens to your waveform, right? Where you can clearly see the volume automation in the waveform. What you could do, or what I would advise to do, is to do that volume automation before your mastering chain, or at the start of the mastering chain, so that you're automating the volume not after the mastering, but you're automating the volume going into the mastering chain. Which will basically, as a result, be that you'll probably have everything still, the entire track through, the loudest peaks will all still be hitting at the same level. But in the heavier sections, or like the drops, the mastering just will be stronger because the volume going into the mastering chain is higher. And you will still get the same effect of the drop feeling like it hits harder, but you won't be seeing the volume automation in the waveform. It's a very small difference, but it works the exact same way. and it works just as well. So it will affect the limiters, so the gain reduction will be different. Yeah, true. The gain reduction in the sections where you automate the volume down will be less than in the drop. But by doing that, those sections will feel slightly quieter in perceived loudness. Except the only difference really is that it doesn't show up in the waveform. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that everything is quieter, because if you look at the sort of like the absolute values, everything will still be hitting the sort of like the max in like the waveform. Like it will still hit 0 decibels every once in a while on the louder peaks. But because those peaks are running less hot into the limiter, they will have a lower perceived loudness than the drop. What's wrong with the waveform though? I mean, it's personal preference, but I usually don't like it when I see the waveform like that. But no, it also like, I don't know how to describe it. Like it usually will end up sounding cleaner as well when you do the volume automation before the mastering as opposed to after it. Like you have to imagine like this, right? That the heavier the limiting is, the more you're actually sacrificing in terms of sound quality, right? So like there's a point up until where you can get away with it, right? But the more heavily you limit something, usually the worse it's gonna sound. Like there is a point up to where you can go, but if you go further, it's getting worse and worse and worse, right? It might get louder, but that doesn't mean that the sound quality will actually improve. And right here, you're basically limiting this exactly as hard as this, but then you're bringing the volume down afterwards. So if you do the volume first, then that section will run less hot into the limiter, leading to a higher sound quality in that area. It won't limit it as hard, so it won't have to work as hard in that area. You still get the sort of like same effect in terms of the perceived loudness of that section be feeling a little bit more dynamic, because it actually is, right? It is a little quieter going into the limiter. So the limiter works less hard, and it doesn't degrade the sound as much. And that's what I mean. So that's why I usually don't like it when I see this happening in a waveform, because it basically, it doesn't need to be like that, right? You can literally get the same effect without having the limiter work as hard by just decreasing the volume going into the limiter. And I usually automate everything in the mix. Yeah, I would say that's also the best way to doing it. But sometimes you'll have these tracks where you're just like, the mix is fine. You don't really want to bother with it anymore. But the drops just feel like they need to hit a little bit harder. And then doing that in the mix might mean that you have to automate like 50 or up to 100 different tracks in volume to get the balance to stay the same, but then, and it's just a pain in the ass, and then it's easier to do it on a master track. Yeah, it's just easier to just put one volume automation on a master track to just decrease the volume ever so slightly before the drop hits. But if you do that before the mastering chain, you get the same effect. It might be a little bit more subtle because it's limited afterwards, and you might have to do a tiny little bit more than if you would do it after the limiting or after the mastering. But it most of the time will sound cleaner. It's very subtle though. It's something that I guess your average listener wouldn't even notice, wouldn't even hear the difference between doing it after the mastering or before the mastering. But a trained ear might hear it. My main tip would just be to do any volume automation before your mastering chain. That's usually the best way to do it. Just for sound quality itself, you know? Not that that is necessarily a problem here, because it sounds fine, but I was just saying it because I see it in the waveform happening here, and it's not always a problem. Like, right here, it sounds fine. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's not like, oh, this is a problem here. It's not. It sounds fine. But when I see this showing up in a waveform, I immediately go like, okay, so they did volume automation after the mastering chain to sort of like make the drop hit harder. And then automatically my brain goes, wait, but you don't have to do it that way. You could do it this way and it would even be better. Right? So it's just a little tip I'm giving, and also to people watching, I guess. Don't have to put it in a pre-master bus, just chuck it in, like if you have the master track here, just put a utility at the start of the whole chain, and do your volume automation there, and then put your mastering chain after it. That's literally all you need to do. As opposed to putting it at the end, and doing the volume automation there. Like, what you're literally doing with it is changing the input level to your mastering chain. That's all you're doing. And by decreasing the level going into the master chain, during the sections where you decrease the volume, the mastering chain has to work less hard, leading to a better sound quality. Because the more you fucking squash things, the more you're gonna sacrifice that sound quality. And during a really loud and aggressive drop, that's fine. But during an intro with more melodic stuff, or like pads or whatever, that's usually gonna just degrade the sound for no reason. So that's just the only reason of why I would advocate for doing it at the start and not at the end. What do you think about the sub to mids relation? Isn't sub masking the mids, or high mids aren't saturated as much as needed? Feels fine to me though, honestly. Maybe some parts here in the drop, the heads could be a little louder. They feel quite far in the background, but that's kind of nitpicky, honestly. See, like when we boost it here, obviously everything gets that same boost in the high end, but it feels nice on the heads. Like if the heads would have that little bit of a boost in the high end as opposed to the rest of the track, I think that would actually be good. Just making the heads a little bit louder so that they're a little bit more upfront, but not too much though, because it's you don't want to overdo it. bleeding. What the fuck? I have a tiny little wound on my fucking thumb. How the fuck did that happen? The fuck did I do? I mean, it's not bleeding too much, but where the fuck did that come from? No clue. I do like the melodic stuff though, it works really well. Yeah, nice tune, man. Enjoyed that quite a bit. Let's move on because we're spending so much time per tune today. I don't know why, but it's fine. Maltese Falcon. Do we have more tunes in the Discord? Or we don't? Okay, good. That means we can spend this much time per track. Otherwise we're gonna be sitting here till 3 a.m. Let's not do that, please. Wait, has the... No, you send them in the Discord. We have a channel in the Discord called Livestream Feedback, and that's where you should send them. A link to the Discord is here. The only issue is when you join the Discord now, you might not be able to post your track just yet. I'm not sure if we have that thing in the Discord where you need to be a member this amount of time for you to be able to post. Wait, no, that's a thing on YouTube, I think. I could be wrong, I don't know. I think you should be able to post in the Discord as soon as you join. Anyways, let's move on. Oh, it does exist on Discord? Okay. I don't know if... I forgot if we had that set up or not. So interesting. The one thing I think for this, like, it's definitely more drum and bass influenced with the aim and break stuff. But for this kind of thing, I feel like there's too much stuff happening in the mids. Like it feels too messy in this area right here. Um, Definitely lacks a bit of high end, but that could also be a stylistic choice. Um, it does feel like there's too much in this area here. Breakcore. I mean, for breakcore, I would say it needs more high end for sure. um, I mean, not everything with a name and break is necessarily breakcore. You know, um, when I hear breakcore, I think more of like bongra or I guess even Igor in a sense, which is a lot more heavier. Um, Yeah, at the end it kind of got a little odd with the rhythm, so there you could argue that it might, yeah, go a bit more in that direction. But yeah, I think right now with this, like, you kind of have a mix, or like the mix down is kind of like a mix that would work in ambient music, but it doesn't work too well with like anything that involves like drum and bass kind of drums or Amen drums or anything like that. It's just too much in this area here, and it ends up sounding just a bit messy. Phoenician snares, yeah, exactly. Phoenician snares is amazing. Such a good example of breakcore done well. Um, I will never forget this track title. I might we might lose monetization if I say it. um, let's see. It's such a fucking awesome track, by the way. Like, obviously, they have a ton of good tracks. Like, one of the more famous ones, the Sazar, what was it, Sazar Madar, is like one of their most famous tracks. For good reason. It's such an amazing use of orchestral, like, stuff in breakcore. But no, this track is one of my favorites from Phoenician Snares. Here, when I type the title, YouTube doesn't even want to autofill it in. This one. Go theater mode. This one. This is my absolute favorite Venetian Snares track. And I mean, we can play this. We're going to lose monetization on the feedback stream anyway, but this tune, man.
It was a nightmare.
It's called that. That. YouTube probably doesn't like it if I say this word, but the track itself is absolutely amazing. It's such an insanely well done track.
So many dead people. It was a nightmare. So many dead people. So many victims. It all started a few days ago when I came here for a
This is
rave.
breakcore, you know?
And now all that remains is the rotten smell of death.
It's pretty quiet, isn't it? Or is it me? Feels like this one is really quiet. I mean, I can boost it in OBS, just have to remember to put the volume back afterwards. cool track though. Always cracks me up. I haven't heard this track in ages, man. Such an amazing tune. I love it. They got so many cool tunes though. That one is definitely more or less known from them though. Like most people don't know that tune. It's also an old tune, but a lot of people never heard that one. But like that is what I think of when I hear breakcore, you know? And there's other ones as well, but like that's definitely more in that territory. Your track sounds more like I don't know, something like ambient but with an aim break, which doesn't immediately make it breakcore, you know? But yeah, you've got a lot of stuff happening here. And it just makes it a bit muddy as well, like in this area as well. It's just a lot of stuff happening here, and it's kind of messy in that sense. And then I don't know, it feels like there's too little definition in a lot of the sounds. Like, it feels like just a bunch of sounds thrown together, but not necessarily in a way that it works well. And I'm not trying to bring you down, obviously. Don't fucking hate me, but I'm just trying to be honest, right? I mean, yeah, it does sound like you've used quite a bit of reverb, and a lot of those tills are bleeding into one another. Drums feel kind of far into the background as well, whereas in like if you actually want to go breakcore, then the drums need to be up front. When the track started, I was guessing it would become like liquid D&B, but it didn't, obviously. No, exactly. Like, yeah, true. The atmosphere stuff, like, for sure, could work in liquid, yeah. There's also a bit of distortion happening there that I just noticed. You hear that on the high piano notes? When those come in? This crackling, sort of like distortion. Not on those, but on the ones here. Like it's clearly fighting for space with something else, and it's running into some kind of processing, and that makes it distort. Distortion is purposeful. I mean, maybe, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's good. You know? It's like VHS old tape vibe. Yeah, true. But right now it just feels like those notes are distorting because they're running into, you know, fighting for space, basically. And they're running into some kind of chain that makes it distort because they are fighting for space with other things. If that makes sense. Try mono. Still happens in mono. Yeah, I don't know, there's just so much stuff fighting for space with each other that it kind of becomes this sort of like wall of muddy sound. Which would still work if it was just ambient, honestly. Like, if there was no drums in this, it probably would still work. Mono didn't save the day, no. What DAW are you using, by the way? Just curious. Soundtrap, isn't that the online DAW from Spotify or something like that? Or am I mixing things up? I believe it's one of those web-based DAWs. Was it the one? Soundtrap. Make music online. By who are you? Company about. Yeah, I don't want to know that. I think I might just be wrong. It is from Sweden, though. Isn't Spotify a Swedish company as well? I don't know, I would have almost sworn that I read something about it being made by people from Spotify or something, but I could be wrong. Yeah, usually, I mean, usually these web browse or these online based dolls are kind of limiting. Um, they often allow you just to do a basic bare minimum kind of stuff, right? Whereas an actual doll usually goes much deeper, and you can do so much more with it. The founder of Spotify is Swedish, yeah. I believe it was started in Sweden as well. I believe I believe Spotify was founded in Stockholm, if I remember correctly. Could be wrong though. Might have just been another Swedish city, but I think it was Stockholm. I mean, just like these days, especially like there's so many options when it comes to dolls. Um, I mean, if you're short on cash, the easiest way to go would probably be FL Studio, right? Because you just purchase it once and then you just get lifetime free updates. So that's the easiest thing. Ableton is a little bit shittier in that regard because usually with like a big update you do have to pay again. Um, which I also kind of understand, you know, don't get me wrong, like I'm not necessarily against that. I always found it odd, like how FL Studio does things. Like, how can they make sustain their business if, you know, they just give free updates for lifetime free updates? Like, you would think at some point, like, you're kind of gonna make less profit because of it. Reaper is probably yeah. Reaper is free, so yeah. But if you can get around the whole UI stuff, and yeah, I know. I've seen that in like metal music. A lot of people tend to love Reaper for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah, I don't know. Like I do think a lot of these online based dolls are kind of limiting. I once, well, which one was it? I think it was BandLab, that I used a while ago. They had like this mobile app as well, and it was so fucking shitty. Yeah, I know. Magic's Music Maker, dude. I remember when I first got my first computer. It came with this CD that had Magic's Music Maker. I forgot which one. It's like a really old one. Maybe 2000 was the one, but it was such a shitty piece of software, for fuck's sake. Soundtrap is the best online doll, though. It might be. I don't know. I've never used it, so I cannot necessarily say too much about it. Um, but I don't expect it to be as full featured as most sort of like offline dolls are. Oh, dude, don't get me wrong. Like, listen, I've used all kinds of pieces of software over the years, including Sony Acid and Sony SoundForge. So, like, if we want to talk about shitty pieces of software, then hey. I'm still so fucking amazed that Rusko, the dubstep Rusko, made his early tunes in Sony software. Like, man, that shit was a pain to use. Sony Acid Pro and SoundForge was like the sort of like the equivalent to, I guess, what Adobe Audition is, like base or like Cool Edit Pro, and Sony Acid was more like the arrangement software, and SoundForge was more like the editor kind of thing. But man, that software was such a horrible pain to use. What about the Andrew Wong Android app? I don't know. I've never used it, so I can't really say anything about it. Yeah, I feel like Reason has kind of fallen off. I mean, it always was a bit more niche to begin with, but it feels like it has fallen off quite a lot in recent years. Like at this point, I think there's a couple of really big players in like the music production software kind of world. It's mostly uh, it's mostly Ableton, FL Studio, and I guess Logic. Still, like Logic is still like a favorite of a lot of people that do like I don't know, in with like stuff with like real instruments as well, like recording real instruments. I feel like Logic is still used quite a bit, but and I guess just on Mac in general. But I feel like I don't know, like, I guess Pro Tools in like the professional world maybe still like the professional studio kind of setting, but Reason I don't hear a lot about at all. Cubase has also fallen off. I feel like I used to hear so much more about Cubase. I guess Bitwig has taken quite a big thing now as well. Yeah, Bitwig has definitely grown a lot. Um, Become a lot more popular. So, but I remember Cubase being pretty big back in the day, and they've fallen off a lot. I mean, in the end, it's not what you use; it's how you use it. That's the most important thing. Like good example would be like listen to the old school Roscoe music. Maybe nowadays it would sound a bit outdated though because it's old. Um, but like the old Roscoe music, like it was pretty insane for the time. Like listen, people used to make music on fucking Fast Tracker and shit, right? Like, and there were people making awesome music with that. So just because a piece of software is shit doesn't mean that the music is gonna sound shit. It all depends on how you use it and what you do with it. That's the main thing. And I would say if you make a really awesome piece of music with a really shitty piece of software, that's even more impressive than somebody making an awesome piece of music in a really modern DAW. Yeah, Fast Tracker and Pro Tracker, yeah. Like for the real old heads in here, you know? I only use trackers for a little bit of time, but I have used them back in the day. I never was too much of a fan of the whole top-down sort of like workflow that trackers have, but um, there's been a ton of great music made on those, you know, especially in like old school drum and bass stuff. There's been quite a few tracks made with that kind of thing, like jungle and like old sort of like the old atmospheric jungle kind of stuff. There's been a lot of tracks made with trackers actually. Yeah, and exactly on Atari as well. Like sure. But yeah, like with this one, it just feels too messy, in my opinion. I feel like we need to continue though because we're starting to get into issues with how long the stream is gonna be. So thanks. Send something in again next time though, like for sure. Melodic stuff, no vocal. Who is this? Who sent in this track? Melodic stuff. Oh, it's probably Music B. Yeah, yeah, Music B. melody reminds me of something. I don't know what though, but it sounds familiar. Yeah, I'm not sure what it reminds me of, but it sounds really familiar, the melody. Definitely has a bit of old, sort of like techno kind of sound to it. Could be louder though, it's a little quiet, but it's fine. Yeah, exactly, Greedo. I don't know. It does sound like I heard the melody before somewhere, but I really don't know where. Or from, or what, you know? Definitely sounds catchy though, with the melody, yeah. It's definitely a melody that is easy to remember, that will be able to get stuck in someone's head for sure. I don't have a lot to say because this is also kind of out of my comfort zone to talk about. But one thing I think would improve this a lot is a bit more shuffly percussion. Like, you have these drums, and I think halfway through, there's a head coming in. Or earlier. Yeah, about halfway through then. Like, I would probably bring that head in earlier, and then halfway through bring in more shuffly percussion. And it feels like the head here that comes in is too loud as well, compared to the rest of the drums. But if you have like more shuffly heads or stuff in the background, it might actually work fine. I just can't remember where I've heard the melody before. It really sounds familiar, to the point I'm almost certain I've heard it, or at least part of it sounds really close to something I've heard before. I would maybe agree though, that sounds a bit empty, so with a vocal it could probably sound better. But there is no vocal, it says, so I could see this working though on like I mean, like in back in the the 90s and early 2000s, you had a ton of music that had this kind of vibe, but then with like a vocal on it, and it works perfectly fine. Not really my cup of tea though, but you know, that's a different story. Right now, it definitely feels too empty though. What's the tempo of this? Is it 120-ish? Guess it's exactly 120. Let's see if we can make it better. This would probably be a good moment to go to my folder of Vengeance sample pack, samples packs, loops, house, loops. Would need some shuffly kind of. Not sure, but something shuffly would probably work well. See? Something like that has that kind of shuffle in it. Might be a bit much with that snare, but that first one definitely worked better. But something like that. That also works. It just adds a little bit more groove, you know? Makes it sound a little bit more interesting because there's more going on. I could see a funky bass line working in this. But yeah, definitely want some kind of extra percussion. And then you could probably bring the head in like earlier somewhere. I guess. It's kind of a strange... Oh wait, it's just because I'm zoomed in quite a bit. Zoomed out quite a bit. Right, so that will be 8 bars. Another 8 bars, another 8 bars, and that's where that comes in. Maybe you could have like 8 bars, then bring the head in. Then after another 8 bars, you know, you can bring extra percussion in. And then maybe at the end some kind of extra clap or something, but... It definitely needs some extra stuff. Oh, I removed somebody's track. One moment. There we go. Yeah, a proper sort of like more interesting bassline would definitely be nice. It could definitely help the groove. I also don't know how long this person has been producing for, though. That's another thing I should probably say. Not that screams beginner music, but it is quite a simple kind of thing. Although then the music part, like the melody is really good. For what this music is. Like, it's not my cup of tea, but the melody definitely is well written. But if it's, you know, it also sounds really familiar, so I'm I'm not really sure. But yeah, it just sounds too empty. Like, the sounds are good though, for this kind of music. Definitely doesn't sound like a complete beginner making music, because then you often get stuff that doesn't make sense musical wise, you know, like with the underlying chord progression or like the underlying melody stuff, which is not the case here. Like, that definitely seems to work, so I don't think we're dealing with a complete beginner. Anyways, let's move on. Very jazzy extended chords. Okay. 135, you say? Let's see what you got. Who was this? Name your files properly, please, guys. Let me check what his name is on SoundCloud. Apart Again. Interesting name. Apart Again. Interesting artist name. I like percussion. Doesn't actually sound that jazzy yet. Might still come, who knows, but I'm not hearing the jazzy part yet. Still sounds cool though, but has a bit of a UK garage sound, yeah. True, some of the sounds do, yeah. Just a nice laid-back kind of vibe, honestly. Sounds pretty good, actually. I'm just not hearing the jazzy sound, which the title kind of implies that it's gonna sound jazzy, but not hearing that. Sounds too simple for it to be jazzy, especially when it's called very jazzy extended chords. Like, I would expect more extra notes in the chords that are in here. But it doesn't mean that's bad though. It sounds cool. It sounds really nice. I really like the percussion. The stuff that you did with the percussion. That worked really well. I guess I think that was here maybe. The lead synth that came in, that one was also pretty nice. Yeah, that sounds cool. I think just a really nice chill vibe. Again, not something that I would listen to a lot, but for what it is, it sounds cool. Don't have a lot more to say about it, honestly. I think it's executed all right for what it is. Maybe some extra Foley here and there, just to make it a bit more interesting, could be nice. Like some Foley elements in the background to kind of, you know, add a bit more ear candy here and there. Would be pretty cool. How to make percussion more upfront and clean? I guess that means that depends on the percussion. A bit tough to say, you know, it really depends on what it already sounds like. The easiest way to get something to be more upfront is to increase its volume. But, you know, that it kind of really depends on what the track is doing and what the percussion needs. Not really an easy answer to that question, I think. Sound selection is probably also gonna matter a lot. Do we have anything more to say about this one? Like, even though this is not necessarily jazzy sounding, it does still... I do like the vibe that this has. Like, the atmosphere and stuff sounds pretty cool. I almost... When I heard that first part, like right here... Like that bass response that happens after this first one, it almost felt like it was maybe gonna go into a bit of a Cohen sound kind of direction, but it didn't. It stayed a lot more simple. But you could maybe listen to some Cohen sound for some inspiration on like use of Foley and stuff like that to make something more interesting, because it definitely had a little bit of that texture. A little bit, not too much, but a little bit of that texture of what they would do. So I almost thought that, hey, maybe we're gonna go into that direction. But sadly we didn't, because that would have been awesome. Like a really smooth neuro, chill neuro kind of thing, you know? That would be pretty cool, actually. It could end up becoming that. You could take it that route. You'd have to lean a lot more into the sort of like morphing bass kind of thing, and layer it with like Foley and stuff like that. I could hear this being the background music of something, you know? Could work pretty well as that, though. I don't think I have that much more to say about it, though. Cool. Next one. What do we got? This is by... Who is the artist? Mechanist Envoy? But that's your Discord name. I'm not sure if that's your artist name. It also says Ammonite Sound in here. Fucked in the head. Okay. Now I'm scared. Here we have one thing in the Discord that has been sent in. I'll just see if we can grab that. We can. Okay. Put that in here as well. Cool, let's check this one out.
So, doctor, what's the diagnosis? What's the diagnosis?
Now you see, there's not much I can do for you.
Auditory hallucinations?
Well, from what you've told me, you've been having nightmares, cold sweats, and worst of all, auditory hallucinations. If I were to diagnose you, boy,
Focus pretty cool.
I'd say you were fucked in the head.
goes away. You've lost your mind. You've lost your mind.
It's a weird tune, man. It's a weird fucking track. I mean, there's cool things in it. I'm just not sure about the entirety of it, but there's some cool things in here. Just feels a bit messy though, like overall, like it feels like, I don't know, it's like a lot of sounds are like they're not that well defined in like I mean, in a way they are, but in a, I don't know, just the whole thing together kind of feels a bit. This screams for someone screaming in it somewhere. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
I'd say you were fucked in the head.
It feels like it wants to be more aggressive though, you know? Like it feels like it wants to be something really aggressive, but it isn't.
I'd say you were fucked in the head.
There's also a lot of weird shit happening in the sides, honestly. Like, there's areas where there's no low end in the sides, and then there's areas where there's a lot of low end in the side. It's a bit of a weird balance. See? Should we speed it up? I mean, if we're gonna speed it up, it's also gonna get changed in pitch, because otherwise we're gonna lose a lot of the sound quality. If we speed it up now, it's gonna lose a lot of its sound quality.
I'd say you were fucked in the head.
Already makes it better though. Like, not the sound quality, but the overall feeling of it. I definitely think fast tempo would work well for this. Obviously it's changing the pitch, of course. If we set it to repitch, it will change the pitch. Which will keep the sound quality, but then it's probably going to sound really high-pitched. So
I'd say you were fucked in the head.
yeah, it does feel like there's a bit of flanger chorus kind of stuff happening overall, which I'm not necessarily a big fan of, but I think faster tempo would actually be good. And then everything needs to, I don't know, the mix is a bit of a mess, honestly. So it would need to be a lot, a lot more cleaner in terms of the mix, and then you could probably get away with like a bunch of distortion as well to make everything feel even more heavier and weighty. But right now it just is too messy to really do that. If you would now just start throwing on distortion, it will just destroy the whole thing, and it will only make it worse, you know? I do like some of the sounds in here though. I'm just not sure about the main bass, the first one, like that mid-range frequency is I don't really like that one too much. That stuff sitting here. Yeah, exactly. Clean this whole thing up and then make it even dirtier, and probably make it a little bit faster than what it currently is. That would probably be good.
Take these, drink lots of water, sleep deeply, and hope it goes away.
Especially with a vocal like this in the intro,
Well, from what you've told me, you've been having nightmares, cold sweats, and worst of all,
with a vocal that says those kind of things, you want something really aggressive. It needs to sound dark and aggressive, which it already sounds a bit, but not enough, I think. But for you to reach that that level first, you would first have to clean this up a lot, because right now it's just too messy to even get there. But hey, it's interesting. There's good elements in here. It's just the whole thing together doesn't work yet. Like some of the breaks as well feel like they have too much low mids. See right there, this first section, there's this really low mid heavy layer in there that sounds really compressed as well. You can hear it most clearly when the main bass stops. There's a lot of stuff happening in this area here. And it's just muddying everything up, and and it happens every time that break comes in. This area. And yeah, this frequency thing here in the main bass is kind of annoying, honestly. Not really my taste. What happens if we cut it out? Yeah, that thing there. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. Probably switch that for something else. Not sure what else to say about it though. Cool. Let's see, next one. Next one, we have Pyro Beats with Wheelmaster. Pyro Beats is not here, I think. He said that he couldn't tune in, but he would check the feedback later. So let's see. Chat, feel free to drop your feedback in chat, because he will also be able to read the chat back by turning on the live replay on YouTube. So, might be helpful for him. I mean, this kind of music generally is quite noisy, you know? Speeding up. Man, so many tunes today which are so out of my comfort zone that I probably won't have that much to say about it. I'm so much not a big fan of like any like rhythm kind of dubstep stuff. That's usually something I never listen to. I wouldn't even know what this would be. Tarot? I don't know. It does sound quite noisy, but like this kind of dubstep stuff is kind of noisy, you know? Yeah, exactly, Greedo. Like the dubstep that I would listen to is the more like, I guess the more like the UK dubstep, you know, the dark, deep kind of dubstep stuff that uses like reggae samples in there and that kind of stuff. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's kind of. I always feel it feels wrong to call this kind of stuff dubstep because it isn't. I mean, it is, but it also isn't at the same time, if you get what I mean. Like, to me, it isn't, even though it definitely still is in like the broader scheme of thing, how like everyone calls this stuff dubstep, but to me, it's not. Like, it feels so far away from what dubstep originally was, you know? um, yeah, it's gonna be tough for me to talk about this one or say something. Because this would be something that I would not listen to. And I'm just completely honest here. Like, but that's because I generally don't like this kind of music, you know? If I would hear this, I would be like, okay, well, this is not for me, you know? Doesn't mean that it is bad, just it's not something I would enjoy, basically. Like this one thing I always hate about this music is it feels so boring composition wise, you know? Like sound design stuff can sometimes be really interesting. I'll give the heavier dubstep side that. But especially like with rhythm, it's like a lot of the arrangement, I guess the composition stuff is so similar between all the different tracks that I'm like, you know, it's like, sure, whatever, if that makes sense. Um, like you can see it as well here. It's like literally just a bass hit every sort of like beat. And then there's a little thing happening here, but then there's just a bass every single beat again. There's no real like, it doesn't really sound too special, you know? It doesn't really do anything particularly interesting. And the same can be said for a lot of heavier dubstep these days. It's just like a lot of the same repeated kind of thing over and over, with slightly different sound design. There's very little artists in that whole scene that tend to do something original, in my opinion. Maybe that's also because I don't listen to it that much and I don't hear a lot of it, so I'm not exposed to it a lot. But um, every time I check some of this stuff out, it all feels very sort of like sameish to me, and I'm like, I don't know, like I like distorted heavy music, so it's not that, right? Um, it's definitely something else. It's definitely the whole composition stuff within the genre that I usually end up not liking it for. And I guess in this, like, the whole tear out dubstep to me also, yeah, I don't know. That's more the case with, like, it just feels like it wants to be really noisy, but not necessarily in a good way. Like, maybe that's also because I'm used to, like, heavy drum and bass, and the sound design in heavy drum and bass is so fucking next level, right? That when people go the really noisy approach, they will do it in a really controlled way where everything is sitting in exactly the right spot for it to work, you know? Like take some of the tracks that Bunshin made, for instance. Like he has tracks that are so freaking noisy when you look at it. But it just works because it's just so well produced, right? Um And that, I don't know, with a lot of like the tarot dubstep stuff, it doesn't feel like that most of the time. It's like feels more like a wall of noise without any sort of like well, without a production that actually suits that. And maybe, that's also personal taste maybe, but yeah, true. I do also feel that. Yeah, sometimes it seems like a distortion battle. Who can distort it the most? Yeah, definitely. That's something I feel with that when I listen to that genre as well. It's like, yeah, sure, yeah. I don't know. I often feel with this kind of music like, and maybe that's just me, but it feels like there's so much more potential for this kind of stuff to be done with it, as opposed to, well, as to what people are doing with it. Like, listen to a very heavy dubstep sort of like mix, or like just listen to a lot of the tracks that are coming out, and there's so many tracks that follow this exact same bass pattern of just like a quarter note bass, and like a really noisy sort of like mid-range, and that's it, you know? There's so many of those tracks, and it's like it becomes pretty still when you listen to a couple of those tracks in a row. Like, there is something called groove in music, and I would like it more if there was more experimentation regarding that. And maybe there is, because I don't listen to a lot of heavy dubstep these days, so maybe I'm also missing stuff, but that's usually my general feeling when I do end up listening to it, because I do sometimes check it out. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it somewhat went hand in hand with the loudness wars. Yeah, true, maybe. I mean, there is some tear out that I do heard that would maybe go, that's kind of cool. Like there have been tracks where people mixed like metal stuff with it in a way where it would almost be like a metal track, but with like some heavy dubstep kind of sound in it. And if the track is written well, that would actually work, and it could sound really cool. I have heard examples of that, but then there's so little tracks of this kind of genre where I went like, oh yeah, that's awesome. Like most of them is like I'm like, whatever, I think I've heard this track a couple of times before. And I'm not saying that's the case with this track that Pyro made, but I mean, in a way it is maybe. I don't want to sound harsh, but like this sort of like pattern is da 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 da. It's kind of something I've heard so many times before as well. So it's a pretty sort of like simple pattern that probably a ton of other tracks have done. So like again, it's like there isn't something there's nothing in this track that makes me go like, ooh, that's interesting. Like, and that's kind of its problem as well for me. There's nothing that really catches my ear, makes me go like, oh yeah, that's cool. I like that. Most of it is just, I don't know, it's just not for me. Yeah, exactly. There's a couple of those tracks like metal, death step kind of stuff that I've heard that made me go like, that's interesting. But still, I would still argue that that music is not something I would listen to. Like, I could see it being interesting, or it is interesting, but it's not for me. I would much rather just listen to some actual metal music, And I think it sounds like we're being super harsh to Pyro right here, but that's not the case. It's just like there's probably people that might actually enjoy this, but it's not me, And I can only speak from my my angle. This ain't something I would listen to. Like if this had maybe a little bit more of an interesting sort of like bass pattern, bit more groove to it, maybe bit more interesting sound design would probably also help a lot. At least it didn't have a fake drop though, right at the start of the drop. So I'm glad it didn't, because if there's one thing I hate the most is like you'll have a build up and then right as the drop is about to start, they just do a fake ass drop and I'm like, dude, why the fuck are you doing this? At least it didn't do that. It just went straight in, which is good. There's nothing more annoying than building up tension to getting to the point where it's going to drop and then you just get this lame ass fake drop. Like that's I never understood why people do it. I mean, there might be cases where it's done well, where it actually works, but I would say it always works better if it just drops straight after the build. Because why else build the tension? Maybe sometimes it can work if it's done super clever and it's like it actually adds to the anticipation, but most of the time it doesn't. And it, especially because it became this whole thing, it became this whole trend of like every track, like especially in like heavier dubstep, like almost every track was doing a fake drop, and I was like, there's so little tracks where that actually works, but for some reason everyone and their mother started doing it, and I'm like, why? The drums are decent. Yeah, true. The drums are decent in this. Yeah, you're right on that. The drums are pretty good. Anyways, we got another one that came in during the stream, which is Be Careful. Is that your artist name, Be Careful? It's actually a pretty cool name. I think it is, because you're also called Be Careful on YouTube, so... It's actually a pretty cool artist name, Be Careful, without a space. If you're crying, please don't tell me I'm gonna cry now. Not ready for that. Ooh, that's nice. That's a nice synth.
Let me wipe away your tears.
I mean, an interesting start. Definitely needs a bit of work, but it's an interesting start, and I do really like the direction. It has a pretty interesting sound for the intro, but in the drop, I feel like there's a couple of parts where you're cutting the bass out, which makes sense, but I do think it lacks a little bit, and it could be cool to, let's see, we got some parts. Like that section, I guess, still works. Like maybe this section here, where you're cutting the bass out, you could have like a really sort of like distorted bass with a ton of movement, you know? Maybe even pitch movement or something, but like something really distorted and basically crazy, you know? I wouldn't really necessarily be able to come up with an example of a track that you could use as a reference, just straight from the top of my head, but like, think like a really crazy neuro bass, but then distort the absolute shit out of it, you know? And use those as fills, basically, to fill up a couple of the sections where you cut the bass out. I really like that section here, where you layer that sub bass underneath the snare after you cut it out for one beat. Worked really well. Snare could maybe have a layer. Like when I hear the snare in this section, I wish it had a bit of a layer that was maybe a bit more crunchy, if you get what I mean, like some like Foley or something that's been distorted and then layered in the snare. That might actually work pretty well. You might have to decrease some of the other high-end parts of the snare, though, for that to work. But I would like to hear, like, some like, almost like granular kind of texture in the tail. I think that would be really cool. It could suit it as well. It does have a bit of an Imanu kind of sound in certain areas. The kind of the bass itself also reminds me of Burr Oak. He tends to do quite a bit of these kind of sustained basses.
Let me wipe away your tears.
But then the drums don't necessarily, you know, the drums sound different, but the bass definitely has a sound that he would also do, or they would do. I think it's two people, now I think about it. I don't think you want to take too much out in the high mids, honestly. Because part of the sound is also sitting in that area of what makes this sound the way it does. Maybe a little bit around here, but doesn't necessarily bother me too much. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to see what the tempo is of this. What is it? 176? No, it's 174 probably. 175. Maybe.
Let me wipe away your tears.
Yeah, maybe like some extra edits here where instead of going back to this bass, you go back to something else and maybe do a little edit in the drums at the end here with like some chopped up drum break or something to break up the pattern a bit. Would be nice to do. Like, sort of like at the end of this 16 bar section. That's 16 bars, right? Yeah, that's 16 bars. So like at the end of this 16 bar section, just break away from sort of like the main pattern and change it up, add like something else. And then, like I said, like I really hear like, especially in this gap here, and then I guess again in this gap right here, like some heavy distorted bass or something. You could even play with like maybe having a little bit of that here. Probably heavily filtered as well though, like really like almost like a neuro bass, but then with a good amount of distortion, so it sounds really, really crispy as well. It's mostly the synth melody. I mean, it doesn't sound too off from like stuff I've heard similar to it though, so it doesn't bother me too much.
Let me wipe away your tears.
Like when I take any of it away here, it almost sounds like we're making it worse, you know? So there are such pauses in the track Never by Trinist. I like them. Well, check out that track, I guess. Never by Trinist. Trinist is pretty awesome actually. He makes some really cool tunes. I've heard quite a few of his tunes, and almost every time I hear one of them, I'm like, oh, that's cool. You know, he has some really awesome production. Definitely love his stuff. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and try and find a minute sort of like frequency area that we could cut. That's not something to do on this stream. I did like it though. I would love to hear this when it's more fleshed out into a full tune. Has a lot of potential for sure. So good job. Where can this potentially be released? I mean, I would say try any of the sort of like modern sort of like drum and bass labels. I guess Vision would be one if you want to give it a shot. But like I guess maybe labels like the label of Black Sun Empire, Blackout Music, you know, and stuff like that would all maybe work. But I mean, the easiest thing to do would just be release it yourself. Like these days, it's made so simple to just release something yourself that you really don't need a label. The only reason a label would really be a good thing for you is because of the extra name exposure that they'll give you. because of their label brand, you know. But they'll have to also see something in you for that to happen. You know, they need to want to be investing something in you for that to happen. You don't really need a label anymore these days. Times are not the same anymore as back in the day where, you know, you needed a label to get your music out there. So, like, I don't know where you're at in music, you know, like how much tracks you've released or any of that. But if you don't have a lot of releases yet, I think the best thing to do would just be releasing some stuff yourself and just focus on making more, you know, making more music and making something that sounds cohesive, that I guess finding your own sound is a part of that as well. And then when the music is good and you have a bunch of stuff already out, it'll be a lot easier to get on like a label that actually matters, you know, that actually does something nice and has a big sort of like brand around it. It's not something I would focus too much at first, you know, like it's more important to get some music out there if you want to and actually end up releasing on like a bigger label or something. And just to name like if we're talking about like for instance the Vision label, it's get music out there, make a bit of a following for yourself on social media, which these days, you know, is probably more important than ever. And if you do that stuff on your own, then labels will also be a lot more interested in doing something with you. I actually really enjoyed this, man. I really enjoyed this one. It's a good idea. It's a good start to a tune. Definitely needs some work. Like it's only half a track, or not even half a track, I guess at this point. So feel free to send it again if you've improved it, or like made a second half or anything. Would love to hear it again. Or if you have other stuff, send it again next month. Like, I would love to hear it. And I think other people are gonna agree with me on that are in the chat. This is definitely the place, man, to send music. Anyways, it's 1:30 a.m. That was a nice stream. Don't think we have any other tracks in the Discord now. No, we don't. Okay, cool. So I'll be doing this again next month. First Friday of the month is feedback. So anyone watching, or if you're watching the VOD of this feedback session, join the Discord. Link to the Discord will be in the chat right now, or if you're watching the VOD, you can also just go to the description of the video, because that's also where it shows you the invite link to the Discord. If for some reason it doesn't work, just send me a message somewhere on like Instagram or Twitter or whatever, and I'll get back to you, and I'll send you an invite there, or just, you know, find it. There's other places you can find it. Join, because that's where you can submit tracks. If you want to support me, supporting me is best place to do that is on Patreon. I have a Patreon, which you can find with that link. And I guess we need to pick a track though to listen to for the end of the stream. I usually pick my favorite for the end of the stream. Which one is that from today? Actually didn't really pay too much attention to that today. Which is my favorite? I think I like the first one. There were a bunch of ones which were not really my thing. I think we might have to go with the first one. I think Carter might take it today. So we'll do that. We'll do that because I generally did enjoy that one. Thanks. I'll be in the Discord though, so if you have any more questions or you want to have a chat or whatever, I'll be in the Discord like usual, and we can talk there. So thanks. I'll be back again next week with probably some production or sound design stuff. So tune in next week if you want to see that. And yeah, have a good night, everyone. Thanks for being here. Peace.